Galloway from State.
John Hunter, Jimmy Goldstein, Thomas Lane for Mr. McIntyre, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
All right, and are you Mr. McIntyre? Are you
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
McIntyre? Thanks. All right, State, if you could have your witness on the witness stand, and Deputy, if you'll bring the jurors in.
You mean wait for the witness first?
Yes. Yes, we're ready.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And just for the record, if you could restate your name. Yes, please.
Ana Delgado.
All right, you're still under oath, and I believe we were still on cross defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Delgado.
Hi.
Just to briefly recap, yesterday you testified that you were leaving your employment at Papados when you saw this incident take place, right?
Correct.
And that your vehicle was behind this black Kia that you saw.
Correct.
You saw a struggle inside the Kia, right?
Well, I thought that they were just playing around.
You thought they were playing around?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as how I can see it from behind.
Okay, gotcha. You didn't see any guns brandished at that time while they were in the car?
No.
You eventually saw someone get pushed out of the car, correct?
Correct.
You believed that all the occupants of the vehicle were Hispanic, right?
On my phone call? Yes.
Okay. And you later gave a statement to police where you said that you didn't know the race of the shooter, right?
Correct.
You also indicated you didn't remember what the shooter was wearing, right?
I think he was wearing like a sweater that I recall.
Fair to say your recollection
Like a
back
hoodie.
in 2017 was better than it would be today. You recall giving a written statement to the police back then?
Not of what he was wearing, but I do recall a statement that I did.
You recall telling the police you didn't know what he was wearing back then?
Yeah. No, I didn't.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Still got, I'll show you what I've already marked for identification as defendants 3. You recognize your name and date of birth here, correct?
Correct.
And you recall signing this document back in 2017? And I'm so sorry, Ms. Delgado.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call your attention to page 2 of that statement. And I'd like you to just take a look at this paragraph. Let me know when you've finished reading it.
Okay.
So you'd agree that back then, you told officers that you didn't know what he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. We hear you on that call say that they put weed in his mouth, but you've acknowledged that you didn't see anyone put marijuana in the man's mouth.
I did not see anyone put marijuana, but when I went to go see the body, there was marijuana in his mouth.
Understood. You also say that you saw the man on the hood of the car kicking the windshield, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you first saw the black Kia and the people messing around or playing around in the car, you and your husband were listening to music. You recall that?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
No question, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
Excused by the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to view or anything or talk about this trial while the trial is occurring. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, you may step down, remove the microphone. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls C. Imler.
And Your Honor, defendants 2 is withdrawn.
All right. Defense exhibit number 2, is that the video?
Yes.
All right.
Jesse, who is this one? Who do we call? Oh, sure. Yeah. And then we'll talk. Thank you. Okay.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name and spell your last name.
Catherine Imler, I, M as in Mike, L-E-R.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Imler, back in 2017, did you have a different name?
I did.
What was that?
Andrews.
Okay. And back in 2017, how were you employed?
I was a crime scene investigator for the city of San Antonio.
Okay. And as a crime scene investigator for the city of San Antonio, what was your title, or what kind of training did you have to undergo to become a crime scene investigator?
Crime scene investigator training requires 400 hours of in-classroom training, along with 5 weeks of rides with a senior crime scene investigator.
And are you trained in evidence collection and preservation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how long were you employed with the city of San Antonio?
Just under 7 years.
Okay. And on April 23rd of 2017, were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the city of San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
B shift.
And do you recall what time that was?
That was a 2 p.m. to a 10 p.m. shift.
All right. And on that day, were you dispatched to 27 Northeast Loop 410?
I was.
And was that location located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of location that was?
It was a Chick-fil-A restaurant.
And do you recall why you were dispatched to the location?
I was dispatched to assist another CSI that was processing a shooting.
What was that CSI's name?
Kimberly Wong.
And just so the jury's aware, can you explain what the abbreviation CSI stands for?
Crime scene investigator.
Okay. And do you recall the SAPD case number associated with this case?
I'd have to see my report.
Okay, and so you wrote a report back then?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, now I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize this document? Whoa. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 13 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right, and is that your name contained on the document?
It is.
And was that your badge number back in 2017?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate version of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've reviewed this before today, correct?
Yes.
All right. And would it help refresh your memory if you were able to refer to it during your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just make sure you don't read exactly from it, but if you need to refresh your memory, you can look at it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, if you can take a look at that and just let me know what the SAPD case number that was associated with the case was.
The SAPD case number is SAPD 17089350.
All right. And is there an incident number that was associated, or CFS case number associated with the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It is SAPD-2017-0424-102.
All right. And do you recall, or can you describe the scene that you encountered once you arrived at the location?
Yes. When I arrived at the location, I observed a deceased male with a yellow tarp over him. Parking lot was fairly empty. It was contained.
Okay. Do you recall what other crime scene investigators you were working with on that day?
Yes, Kimberly Wong and Matt Flores.
All right. And when you arrived on scene, had a shell casing been located?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ultimately, do you recall who was able to locate the shell casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
I identified the shell casing.
And in preparation, you met with me before this to go over your reports, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've had a chance to review some body-worn camera footage that contains you?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 14 and 15. Do you recognize what is contained in States Exhibits 14 and 15?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the scene on that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm tendering to defense for inspection. The state offers States 13 and 14.
No objections.
All right, States Exhibit 14 and 15 are admitted without objection.
May you be published, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, now on State Exhibit number 14, can you see that up there? Sorry. There you go. Can you explain to the jury what is depicted in State Exhibit number 14?
Yes. You can see the yellow tarp, the end of it on the bottom. There's a patrol officer and then myself.
Okay, and this,
Yes.
what I'm pointing at is you?
Yes.
Okay. And in State Exhibit number 15,
This one, again, you can see the yellow tarp. In the back, that is Kimberly Wong, and then I'm also in that image.
on it. And so this individual that I'm pointing to right here, who is that?
Kimberly Wong.
Okay, and this individual I'm pointing to, who is that?
That's me.
All right. Do you recall, so ultimately, you're the person that locates the shell casing and points it out to Kimberly Wong and the officers on scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you recall what kind of shell casing it was?
It was a 9mm.
All right. And did you prepare a crime scene sketch in this case?
I did.
All right. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
And did you participate in the participation of this diagram?
I did.
And were you familiar with the locations and objects contained in the diagram at the time of the preparation?
Yes.
Okay, and is State's Exhibit number 16 a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the crime scene as it appeared at the time of your investigation?
Yes.
Tendering to defense for inspection. At this time, State offers State's Exhibit number 16.
No objection.
State's Exhibit number 16 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
So briefly, can you explain to the jury the process for preparing the sketch and obtaining the measurements that are obtained within the sketch?
Yes, ma'am. So after the items of evidence are identified, a sketch is completed noting any structures or any information that may be able to provide detail about the location, in this case a parking lot. Each item is measured from 2 points of reference using a wheel, a measuring wheel, and then you take 2 measurements, one, in this case, maybe from a curve line to that item of evidence, and then from another curve line to that item of evidence.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in on State's Exhibit number 16. All right, and we can see reflected within your sketch on State's Exhibit number 16, there is something labeled E1. Do you recall what E1 represents?
E1 represents the shell casing that Kimberly Wong marked with the placard.
Okay. And is Kimberly Wong the person that seized E1?
No, I first identified it and then she put the placard down.
Okay, all right. And at the scene, you earlier stated that there was a deceased victim identified, is that correct?
Yes, there was a deceased victim on scene.
Okay. And as part of your duties as a crime scene investigator, had you previously been trained on collecting gunshot residue samples?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury if that's something that would have been done in this case?
Yes.
And why is that?
Anytime that there is either evidence or suspicion of a gunshot residue tests are collected from anybody that's possible, even the deceased victim. Sometimes they want it from witnesses, but in this case, the deceased victim.
Okay. And what does the gunshot residue kit contain?
It contains 2 vials, one for your left and one for your right hand. It contains gloves, and it also contains a document that you have to fill out, basically answering questions if you're able to. Sometimes you can't answer the questions.
Okay, and can you just explain to the jury how you go about collecting the sample?
Yes. In general or in this case?
In this case.
Okay, so in this case, the medical examiner arrives on location and basically provides the permission to collect it. You again use 1 vial for their left hand, 1 vial for their right hand. It has like a sticky pad on it, and you essentially tap the back side of the hand, sometimes down the wrist, in between the fingers, on both hands.
Okay. And that's what you did in this case?
That is what I did.
Okay, and so did you follow all the appropriate instructions and procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you collected samples from both hands, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you wearing gloves when you did this?
Yes.
Okay, and after collection, what do you do with the sample?
I secure the sample. It has its own red label, and then you place it into another envelope, tape it, identify it with your badge number and initials, and then turn it into the property room.
Okay, and is this evidence seized under SAPD case number 17089350?
Yes.
Okay, and when you seized that, well, if you want to take a look at your report, was that marked as E1 in your report?
In my report, it was identified as E1.
Okay, and when you seized it, did you make any unique markers on it?
Yes, my initials and my badge number and the date.
All right. set that right there. All right, now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, and is that physical evidence that was seized under SAPD 17089350?
It was.
Okay, and is State's Exhibit number 17 labeled as E1 in your report?
It is.
Okay, and you've seen this before, State's Exhibit number 17?
Yes.
And when and where did you first see it?
When I collected it, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
scene?
on
Is that
scene,
correct?
yep.
Okay, and does it have any unique identifying markers on there?
Yeah, it does have my initials, my badge, the date. I also indicated a biohazard, and then of course the evidence ID label.
Okay, and is that how you're able to recognize that it's the same thing that you seized back in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to approach and come look at it?
Sure.
Tendering to defense for inspection, but at this time, the state offers State's Exhibit number 17.
Your Honor, can I briefly void hire the witness?
Yes.
Afternoon, how are you?
Hi. Good.
This is labeled as E1 on your GSR kit,
Yes.
correct? Okay. That's different than the E1 on the sketch that we see on the overhead?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're both E1 for these
Yes.
purposes. But this is just simply the gunshot residue testing on the hands of the deceased.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no objections.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted.
Can I? Yeah.
Did you think just have a moment for this?
I see. See. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and just for the record, you've pulled out another envelope that was contained inside of State's Exhibit number 17. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, this envelope is the actual gunshot residue test. It has the contents of the vial. Before you open it, it would have gloves and the document and everything in there as well.
Okay, and just on the front of that, do you have a unique identifying mark on that?
Yes, my first initial, last name, my badge number, and the associated case number.
Thank you. We pass the witness here on this.
Can I proceed, Joe?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to call your attention back to the sketch that's on the overhead.
Yes, sir?
In that overhead, right, I guess directly east of the head of the deceased, you have a notation E1 that's circled. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this sketch, E1 is the shell casing that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And E2 would be the baggie of marijuana that you found?
I would have to reference Kimberly Wong's report for her items of evidence.
Let me ask you this real fast. In preparation for your testimony today, have you reviewed any of the reports that weren't authored by you?
I did get a chance to take a look, but I didn't read it in detail.
Okay, and when you say to take a look, are you referring to the property report or a specific report of Ms. Wong?
The crime scene report,
May I approach? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I forget.
No problem.
You don't need me to ask that.
No, you all can approach.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Do you have any more of those? I don't know.
All right. I just want to show you for identification defendants 4. Is this a property report that was generated in association with this same case number 170-89350?
yes.
Is this what you're referring to that you reviewed separately from your own report?
No, sir, it would look like this, the crime scene search report?
I see. But this was authored by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you reviewed one by Ms. Wong that would look exactly like
Right.
this? Okay. But you did not review the...
No, I didn't see that.
Understood.
So, speaking of the report that you have in front of you that you authored, you don't mention, is there a key here that tells us what E1 and E2 are on your sketch?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that part you're relying upon from your memory.
That part, yes, but also Kimberly Wong's report would indicate the items of evidence.
Understood, because as you were explaining, you saw the shell casing and the baggie of marijuana, but Kimberly Wong is the evidence technician who actually bagged those pieces of evidence to go back to the station for review, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, did you, in your report, you do not notate that you gave Ms. Wong any kind of a list or an index of the evidence pieces that you identified in this sketch, right?
Correct. Because
Ms. Wong applied her own evidence labels to those pieces of evidence when she processed them, right?
Correct.
So your E1 may or may not be the same as her E1, your E2 may or may not be the same as her E2, fair to say?
Right.
Okay. So, who's Allison Bustamante?
She is another crime scene investigator?
Okay. And was she present at this scene?
No.
But she was involved in this investigation at another scene related to it, right?
I have no knowledge of what was processed outside of this scene, so I'm not sure if she was or not.
Okay, understood. So would it surprise you to know that there have been multiple items of evidence entered in as E1s, E2s, E3s, etc.?
That would not surprise me.
Okay, that happens fairly commonly?
Yes, that is the standard.
That is the standard?
Yes.
In other words, your story is your story. What you did is in chronological order of your observation, E1, E2, E3, and then somebody else was sent to the scene and they have their own E1, E2, E3.
Correct.
Okay. Eventually, you all put barcodes on pieces of evidence to better identify them.
Correct.
Right? When is the barcoding process done?
We create the barcode back at the, we have a crime scene lab, and that's where you enter the information into the database, and it will print a physical label.
And you were not involved in the creation of any of the barcodes for any evidence seized from any scene in this case, right?
Just my own.
Just your own?
Yes.
Okay, so you would have created the E1 barcode?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why ultimately, that 9mm shell casing would be labeled with a barcode under Kimberly Wong on the final property report?
Kimberly Wong was assigned the evidence collection, so anybody on scene, all CSIs on scene are searching the scene. If we observe irrelevant evidence, then we can identify it. But the CSI in charge, in this case, this was Kimberly Wong, she was the primary crime scene investigator, and it was her duty that day to collect the evidence.
Okay, but you created the barcode for this evidence?
I created the barcode for the gunshot residue test.
For the gunshot residue test?
Yes.
Okay, which is not E1 on the drawing.
That is correct.
It is E1 on your report, right?
Can you clarify, sir? Are you asking?
You have your report in front of you,
I do.
correct? If you take a look at it, I want to make sure I'm not mistaken. You advise in the report that you collected the gunshot residue test, right?
Yes.
And then you also advise, I collected E1 as stated above.
Yes.
You recall writing that?
Yes.
Is the E1 as stated above in this report that you authored the gunshot residue test, or is it the 9mm shell casing?
The gunshot residue test.
Okay, so your E1 on your report is the gunshot residue test.
Yes.
The E1 on the sketch is the shell casing.
Yes.
Okay. You have no supplemental reports explaining that you called two different things E1 through the course of your role in this investigation?
No.
Okay. When would you have created the barcode for E1?
When I returned back to the office and I entered the information.
And that barcode was for the gunshot residue testing swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you did not create a barcode for a 9mm shell casing?
No.
Okay. Pass witness.
No further questions.
Is this witness excused?
By the state, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the room has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone while this trial is proceeding. Make sure you're with your microphone and then you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
And if there's anything that's been entered into evidence, if you'll leave it with the court.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, state, call your next witness.
State call Sergeant Mount.
If you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jurors can hear. And if you will state your name and spell your last name, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Robert Mount, last name Mount.
State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Is Sergeant Mount now?
Yes, sir.
And are you employed by the SAPD?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been employed by the SAPD?
14 years. Next month will be 15.
And well, congratulations on 15.
I appreciate it.
And I'm assuming you go about becoming an SAPD officer, you have to go through certain training. What type of training, briefly, did you have to go through to become an SAPD just officer?
Yes, sir. So I went to the San Antonio Police Department's training academy, and during the academy became a state certified peace officer through the state of Texas. And during that training, we went over various topics such as the Texas Penal Code, the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, and the San Antonio Police Department's General Manual, which goes over policies and procedures.
And again, you stated you've been with the SAPD for 14 years.
Yes, sir.
And when you initially joined up, you were a patrol officer or just an officer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then is there anything in between an officer and a sergeant?
Yes, sir. So it was about 4 years in, I became a field training officer, and at that point, I was responsible for training new officers out of the academy.
And can you describe to the jury what a field training officer is?
Sure. So a field training officer, essentially officers will go through the training academy. Once they graduate, they have to ride in the field with a field training officer for a period of time. And they go through different phases of training, and then once they get through those phases of training, they're evaluated, and then they're released on their own as long as they pass those different phases.
So a field training officer is somebody that assists other officers in I guess their duties,
Yes, sir.
and in a sense trains them.
Yes, sir.
And is that commonly referred to as FTO?
Yes, sir.
And after you became FTO, then you become the sergeant. And how long have you been a sergeant?
Well, in between there, I was a family violence detective,
Oh, okay.
and then I became a supervisor, a sergeant. And I've been a sergeant since October of 23.
Thank you. I'd like to reference April 23rd, 2017, roughly a little after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall being dispatched to a certain location in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
And what location was that, and why were you dispatched?
We received a call for a shooting in progress, and we went to the location of 410 and McCullough is where the calls were coming out.
And when you arrived at this location, well, one, what are your initial duties at that time?
So for us at that point, acting in the capacity of a training officer, our job basically, we were taking report responsibility. So when we got there, we were trying to gather information that was needed in order to establish, number one, whether or not a crime was committed, try to get the elements of the offense, and try to determine what evidence may or may not be available.
And you stated "we." Do you mean all the officers at the scene, or did you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
Sure. So I was riding as a front seat passenger. I had Officer Chase Thackerson. He was riding with me at that time. And so we went to that location so that way he would be able to handle that incident.
And were you just riding along with him, or were you had other duties associated to you with Thackerson?
Sure. So I was evaluating him and what he was doing. And so I was acting in the capacity as a field training officer on that date.
So exactly what you just described to the jury about the FTO.
Yes, sir.
And so when you did arrive at the scene, what did you specifically do as you arrived?
So when we first arrived on scene, I observed that there was a complainant that was apparently deceased in the parking lot of the Chick-fil-A. And when I had gotten there, I observed that there were other various people in the area. And typically when we have somebody that passes away, just out of respect, we try to cover that person. And so I got with one of the emergency medical technicians from the San Antonio Fire Department and asked if they had a yellow sheet so that way we could cover the complainant.
And did you obtain that yellow sheet?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that yellow sheet?
I took the yellow sheet and we covered the complainant so that way he wasn't exposed in the parking lot for all the passerbys. And we're right there on the 410 access road, so we wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be an unnecessary distraction, but try to limit the number of onlookers that would naturally go to that type of call.
And I guess, did media ever show up at the scene?
I don't recall seeing the media. I believe the supervisor at the time might have spoken with somebody, but I don't recall seeing the media.
But you yourself did not speak to any media or anything?
Correct.
And were there any, you stated other individuals at the scene, were there any other people of interest, such as witnesses at the scene?
Sure. So there were witnesses that were already separated at the scene by the time that we had gotten there. And I had advised Officer Thackerson that we needed to try to get the general circumstances of what happened. So we needed to identify which witnesses might have had a thorough account of the event, so that way we could give the homicide unit a good starting point for their investigation.
So I guess initially y'all speak with some of these witnesses.
Officer Thackerson did.
And were you present during some of these individuals speaking with Officer Thackerson?
I was there, yes, sir.
And as you progress through there, are there any other duties associated with this scene?
As far as searching for any additional evidence and things like that, when I arrived, I asked one of the officers that was already there if they had found any shell casings. It was believed that this individual had been shot, and I asked if they had found anything, and I didn't get an answer, and so I wanted to go look for myself to see if I could locate anything. So that's when I went over towards where the complainant was in the parking lot and started looking around to see if I could find a shell casing. And then at that point, one of the CSIs had shown up, Catherine, and when she got there, I guess her eyes are better than mine, she immediately saw a casing that was on the ground that fell into a crack near where the deceased was at.
And subsequently, did you view that shell casing that she had pointed out?
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything, well, one, did you collect that shell casing?
I did not, no, sir.
Well, one, is that one of your duties is to collect evidence at the scene?
No, sir, that would be for the crime scene investigators.
And did you ever, the shell casing, were you able to identify anything on it?
Sure, so I kneeled down next to where the casing was located so I could try to read the head stamp because I wanted to see if we could identify what caliber of weapon was used. If it was, in this particular circumstance when I kneeled down, I was able to read that it was a Blazer Luger 9mm round.
And is that I guess, a caliber of a round?
Yes, sir, it's a 9mm round and Blazer is just the manufacturer.
And at that point, after that, were you tasked with any other duties?
It's just general oversight of what Officer Thackerson was doing, making sure that if he had any questions, I was there to answer him. By the time that he gets to me in his training, he's getting ready to be released on his own, so he knows generally what to do. So I'm more of an oversight just to try to see what he's doing, if we need to correct anything. He was generally doing everything that he needed to be done. But then while we were waiting for, I don't know if the homicide investigator had already gotten there or not, but then I know the manager of the Chick-fil-A had shown up, and I briefly went to speak with him because he claimed that he had video surveillance that would have captured the parking lot area where the complainant was located.
And so, did you ever view this video at that time?
Yes, sir. We went inside the location and he was able to access it on his laptop.
And with your own visible eyes, you were able to view the video that he had of the location or the area?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all see anything of interest on this video?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember seeing on the video?
So the laptop, the screen was fairly small, but from what we could see, you could see a black car enter the parking lot of the Chick-fil-A. It appeared the complainant was on the hood of the car, and then the front passenger exits the vehicle, and he appeared to have a white shirt, and then you see the complainant fall off the hood of the vehicle, and then the black car takes off. The passenger got back in the car, and then the vehicle takes off behind the Chick-fil-A.
So at that time, did y'all at least have a suspect vehicle?
Yes, sir. We knew it was a black four-door sedan.
And were you aware of what, I guess, not model, but I guess model or brand or?
There was some different information on make, model, and so we didn't definitively know. From what we could see on the camera, mind you, it was a distorted view, so it wasn't 100% clear on what the make or model of that vehicle was, but we were just trying to get a best guess at that point so we could have officers be on the lookout for that particular vehicle.
And what, did you write a report for this incident?
No, sir. Officer Thackerson documented everything.
And why would you have not written a report?
Right. So, as a field training officer, generally the officer that's handling the report, the probationary in this case, he includes that we were with him in this particular incident, but he's doing everything. He's interviewing the witnesses. He's handling the workload, and I'm just observing at this point. If it was earlier in his phase of training, I would have been more hands-on with him, but he's towards the end, getting ready to be released on his own. And so at that point, he's handling most of the responsibilities.
So at the time back in when this incident happened, would you have reviewed his report?
Yes, sir. So generally what happens, and in this case, we went down to the homicide offices, and before his report was submitted, we had the homicide investigator, he reviewed it, and I reviewed it as well.
And I'm going to ask you, did you review it for, before this time, up in the last, say, 2 months or so, for this trial?
Yes, sir.
And that was Officer Chase Thackerson's report?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the SAPD number associated with this case?
I don't recall the full case number, no, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 18. And if you don't mind, just flip through there and tell me if you're familiar with that.
Yes, sir. This is the report that Officer Thackerson wrote.
Thank you. And on this report, is there an SAPD number associated with the case?
Yes, sir.
And can you please tell me what that SAPD number is?
Yes, sir. It's case number SAPD 17089350.
Thank you. Now, everything that you just testified to, was that something that would have been, well, one, I guess I should ask this first. Did you have a body-worn camera on this particular day?
Yes, sir.
And everything that you just testified to, would it have been depicted on these, on this body-worn cam?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked State Exhibit number 19 and number 20. If you can just look at that, if you need to take them out of the envelope, that's fine. If you can identify that and let me know.
Yes, sir.
And how are you able to identify these discs?
I've put my identifying information on both of these discs.
And have you viewed both of these discs?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately represent your body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
And the only difference between these discs and the ones that you, well, I guess the camera, is that these don't have audio. Is that correct?
Correct. These have been muted.
Okay. And let me ask you this. There's two of them, and I think we discussed this before. Why are there two discs?
At one point, I had gone to use the restroom, and for obvious reasons, I had turned the camera off while I was in the bathroom.
And so that's why we have two different
Yes, sir.
cameras.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And let me ask you this. When you went to the restroom, was it earlier on in the investigation of you at the scene, or was it later on?
It was towards the end when we were inside the Chick-fil-A. The manager was there to review the video.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state offers State Exhibit number 19 and 20. Will tender to the defense for any objection.
No objection.
State Exhibit 19 and 20 are admitted.
And maybe published, Your Honor?
Yes.
And again, Your Honor, we're going to be doing this from the hard drive of the computer for purposes of time. And if there's no objection, it's the exact copy of what we have on the disc.
That's fine.
Confirmation.
Thank you. And for the purposes of the record, I am going to start this at the VLC 727. And I think you testified earlier that you requested a yellow sheet from the, I guess, the fire department.
Yes, sir.
And is that the yellow sheet that we saw in this video?
Yes, sir.
I paused it, or rather, my co-counsel, Ms. Galloway, has paused it at 10:14 BLC. Is there anything in this video that is of interest?
Yes, sir.
And what would that be?
The casing that I eventually it was called attention to is actually in the crack or the crevice right there next to the victim.
And I'm going to point out that you're saying this area right here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and fast forward it at this point, Judge, just for time. To 12:52. Now, this particular report, or scene of your body cam, what are y'all doing at this point?
At this point, going over the case with Officer Thackerson, just trying to make sure that we're getting everything done that's needed to be done.
And the person to the right in this video?
That was one of the witnesses that was identified and that he had spoken with.
Go ahead and fast forward to 14:13. 14:13. And again, this is another scene at in the video. What are y'all doing here?
It's Officer Crystal Estrada, and she's talking with another witness that was there.
I'm going to fast forward it at this point. 23:27. And who is that individual in the blue shirt?
Detective Juarez?
And it was at the, do you know if that was the handling detective of this incident?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're going to fast forward to 33:55. And again, I guess this is very similar to some of the other scenes, but can you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
I believe this is us just generally discussing how we're going to handle everything. That's Officer Sandra Chapa. And it's just a general overview of what we're going to do, what we've discovered, and how we're going to go about documenting everything.
Thank you. And we fast forward to 43:11. And what do you recall that's happening now?
So at that point, like I mentioned earlier, I asked if anybody had found a casing, and one hadn't been located yet. And so at this point, I went back to try to see if we could locate anything. And when the CSI, Catherine, she had shown up, she actually pointed out fairly quickly where it was located in the crack on the ground.
And I see somebody to the left in this video. Who would that be? Sorry, I don't know if you noticed it.
I'm sorry.
This individual right here. We paused it at
That's-
44:25. The individual, I guess, on the right-hand side.
That appears to be CSI Kimberly Wong.
And, okay, thank you. paused it at 44:34. What are you doing in this scene right here?
That's when I kneeled down so I could read the head stamp, basically the imprints or the markings that are on the casing. And that's where I was able to see that it was a Blazer Luger 9mm round.
Go ahead and proceed. We're going to start it back at 49:14. And we paused it at 49:17. The person bending down next to the yellow tarp where the victim is, do you know who that is?
CSI Kimberly 1.
And I'm going to pause it at 49:40. There was 3 individuals in this, but I'm interested in the individual to the left. Looks like wearing a badge and shirt from SAPD. What is he holding in his hand?
That's Detective Matthew Flores, and I believe he's got a camera in his hand.
We start playing this at 1:45:52, and now we obviously jumped a large portion. Do you recall how long y'all were at that scene for?
The exact time frame, I'm not sure. It was probably a couple hours.
And this portion at 1:45:52, if you can play it, and we're going to start playing it. Who is this individual?
That was the manager of that Chick-fil-A location who arrived to try to access the video surveillance.
And we fast forward to 1:54:00, and it's playing. And is this when y'all are accessing the video of the Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you stated earlier in testimony that you viewed about the black vehicle or car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked state exhibit number 21 and 22. One, can you just look at those and tell me if you can identify those?
Yes, sir.
And state exhibit number 21 and 22, what are they?
There are still images from my body-worn camera that I was wearing.
And are these a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
And is a fair and accurate representation of the shell casing you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, will offer state exhibit number 21 and 22 to defense for any objections.
No objections.
All right, states exhibits 21 and 22 are admitted.
Judge, may I publish?
Yes.
This is state exhibit number 21 that's zoomed in on the overhead projector here. You're stating that right there was that shell casing that you found later?
Yes, sir.
And this was I guess, what time do we call that right there?
Military time?
Is that military or Zulu?
I guess.
All right, but this was on the VLC, is that 1014 on that VLC player?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then this is state exhibit number 22. And does that show that same shell casing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Okay, proceed, John.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Well, thank you. In the photographs that the state just showed you, I couldn't quite tell. Did you physically touch the 9mm shell casing?
No, sir. I just kneeled down so I could get a better look at the head sample.
Okay. And I assume the reason you didn't pick it up and look at it is because you know that it would be important to check and see if there are fingerprints on that casing?
Yes, sir. It was going to have to be processed.
And potentially touch DNA, skin cells left on the shell casing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because you didn't pick it up, I gather you didn't smell the shell casing to see if it was fresh burnt powder?
No, sir.
And, I mean, you've been an officer with SAPD 14 years. It's not uncommon to find spent shell casings lying around all over the place in San Antonio, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the head stamp and you noted that it was a Blazer Luger 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were sort of supervising and at the end stages of training up another officer who was in field training status, right?
Yes, sir.
And we see at different points on the video you interacting with that field training officer, and I gather you're giving him advice.
Yes, sir.
You, in particular, talked to him about the importance of delegating responsibility in a crime scene this large.
Yes, sir.
Because there are several witnesses, many eyewitnesses, and if you were making one officer ask all of those people questions, it would take all day, right?
Yes, sir.
So because of that delegation, I guess there is, of course, a risk that some people don't get spoken to because you can't be watching what everyone else is doing while you're asking questions, right?
It's a possibility.
Can we pull up his video at 24:55? Yes. Yes. Is that at 20? That's 21. So that gentleman you're speaking with there, do you recall his name?
I would have to refer to the report.
Okay. Do you have that report with you?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind checking for me? Refresh your memory if you can.
I believe that's Mr. Michael Arrington.
Okay. You identified Ms. Wong on the footage, correct?
Yes, sir.
She's an evidence technician?
She was at that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see her physically collect the shell case?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So you don't know whether she followed the protocols that would be needed or not?
I didn't observe her, I don't believe.
Okay. You go in with the manager and look at the Chick-fil-A surveillance, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remarked that the camera that Chick-fil-A had a distorted view, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So while it showed enough for you to say that you were looking at the offense, you were looking at someone being shot off the hood of a car, the specifics of that are things you can't be very certain about looking at the footage, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that you believe the person who got out of the car and fired the shot was wearing a white shirt?
That's what it appeared to be, yes, sir.
Okay, but when you say it appeared to be, you acknowledge that it's a very bad piece of footage.
It could have been better, yes, sir.
Okay, I'll take it. It could have been better. Can we go to 3800 on this video? Yes, sir. So here you're just speaking with your field training officer, correct?
With the probationary officer, yes, sir.
Okay. And at one point, you are giving him instructions about who's SP1, SP2, SP3, et cetera. Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And you instructed him that SP2 was to be noted as a Hispanic male. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And SP2 was the person you were designating as the front passenger of the black Kia, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, by the state, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony or review anything about this trial while the trial is proceeding. You can step down if you're leaving your microphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a break till 3 p.m. The reason why I'm giving you a longer break is there are a couple of cases from my morning docket that I need to take care of, but they should be done fairly quickly. Remember my previous instructions. You are not allowed to discuss with each other what you've seen or start internally deliberating with yourself. You're not allowed to view anything about this trial. If you see anything, turn it off. You're not allowed to do any investigation. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone please rise for the jurors. Everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Flores.
Right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may have a seat. If you'll make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jurors can hear. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
It's Matthew Flores, Flores.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Detective Flores, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the San Antonio Police Department.
And what unit are you currently with?
Right now, I'm working with the Robbery Task Force
How long have you been employed with SAPD?
since 2008.
Okay, and are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
When you first started out, can you just briefly walk us through what unit you started out with?
So, you want me to start from the academy or from?
Well, what training did you undergo to become a police officer with SAPD?
Yeah, so in 2007, I started the police academy. In the police academy, you take a series of tests over penal code, code of criminal procedure, driving, shooting, tactics, scenarios, kind of what to do at a major crime scene, what to expect, how to secure crime scenes. Again, just more tests and eventually getting your peace officer license.
All right. And back in 2017, what unit were you with SAPD?
In 2017, I was assigned to the crime scene unit.
And what were your duty, or what training did you undergo specifically regarding crime scene investigation?
So when I promoted to detective, you go to a 2-week school just strictly dealing with crime scene responsibilities. You go over photographing, sketching, processing of evidence, collecting of evidence. It's a lot of that. A week is about, you do about a week of classroom work, and then you'll do another week riding out with a CSI investigator, and you're basically shadowing that person on calls, kind of getting the experience.
Okay, and before becoming a crime scene investigator, had you previously had an assignment dealing with evidence collection?
So prior to being assigned CSI, I was, when I got promoted, I was considered a UEDI, which is a Uniform Evidence Detective Investigator. I did that for about 6 months, and you're basically doing the same thing. You're just going to maybe the minor crimes that require documentation of evidence, family violence, maybe an accident, stuff like that.
All right. So were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department on April 23rd of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
I believe it was the B shift.
Okay. And is that the midday shift?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on April 23rd, 2017, were you dispatched to 27 Northeast Loop 410?
Yes, ma'am. I was assigned to that call.
And thank you. Was that location located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what type of location that was?
It was a parking lot to a Chick-fil-A business.
Do you recall why you were dispatched there?
I was assigned there because CSI investigator requested my help.
And who would that CSI investigator be?
CSI Kimberly Wong.
Okay. Do you recall the SAPD case number associated with this case?
Not off the top, ma'am. If I can refresh my memory with my report.
Did you prepare a report at the time of the offense or shortly thereafter that would help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you it's been marked for identification only as State's Exhibit number 23. Can you take a look at this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is my report.
Okay, and you've seen it before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if we look at the second page, does that contain your name?
It is.
And is that your badge number at the time?
It is.
All right, and would this help refresh your memory if you need it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you could just, if you do need to refresh your memory, if you could just read it and not read from it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, going back to the date of the offense, can you describe the scene that you encountered upon arrival at the location?
Yes, when I arrived, I remember several officers there, several citizens there. Crime scene tape was up. There were several patrol cars basically securing the crime scene.
Okay. And just to back up a little bit, what is the SAPD case number associated with this call?
That's going to be SAPD 1708-9350.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you were working with CSI Kimberly Wong. Do you recall any other CSIs that were assigned to that scene?
Yes, Catherine Andrews.
Okay. And so specifically regarding your role at the scene, what was your role at the scene as a CSI?
So I was requested at the scene just to record with a digital camcorder to document the scene and the evidence and the deceased.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you recognize what that is?
Yes, ma'am. It's a crime scene video that I observed on 1/30/25, which I marked with my initials and badge number.
Okay, and is that how you are able to confirm that what is contained upon the disc is the crime scene video that you took at the time of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the scene at the time?
It is.
And has it been altered in your knowledge to any way?
No, ma'am.
We are tendering to defense for inspection. At this time, the state offers State's Exhibit number 24.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 24 is admitted without objection.
May we publish on it?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain to the jury what that is?
So this is what we call a photo board, just basic information, case number, my name and badge, the date, the district that that area was given, and then the camera, Golf Victor Charlie 5, GVC 5.
And were you using a camcorder to document this?
Yes, ma'am, a digital camcorder, yes, ma'am.
All right, so I am pausing the state's exhibit at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, this is has an evidence placard number 1, which is next to a parent spent shell casing.
Thank you. And is that what we're looking at, just a more enhanced version of E1, the shell casing?
Yes, ma'am. It's just another close-up of the this casing.
Can you explain to the jury what you're doing at this time on State's Exhibit number 24?
So, communicating with CSI Wong, I was advised this was the path the
Object to
vehicle.
hearsay, speculation.
With regards to hearsay, any response stated?
With regards to hearsay, it's not hearsay. He's not saying exactly. He's not relaying what was told to him by CSI Wong. He's explaining why he's traveling the path that he's traveling.
So are you offering it for the truth of the matter asserted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the objection is overruled.
You can answer the question.
This was the path apparently taken by the suspects, which I was trying to document through video. And to my knowledge, it was after the shooting.
I'm gonna pause State's Exhibit number 24 at 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Can you explain to the jury what is depicted on the State's Exhibit number 24?
Evidence marker number 2 is a orange or tangerine.
And is that something that would have been preserved from the scene?
Yeah, so it was collected and processed.
Okay, and is that something that can be stored in the property room or no?
No, it cannot. Our policy doesn't allow it, just for common sense. If you leave a food item in a property room, then the bugs and ants or whatnot would get to it.
And who processed E2 and State's Exhibit number 24?
Kimberly Wong.
I'm pausing State's Exhibit number 24 at 10 minutes and 48 seconds. Can you please explain to the jury what's depicted on the exhibit?
Yes, it is a water bottle, mark number 3.
We're zooming. And is that just a different vantage point of E1?
Yes, ma'am, just a different perspective of E1 and the other evidence as well.
I'm pausing State's exhibit number 24 at 14 minutes and 49 seconds. There's nothing marked there, but can you explain to the jury, I know it's clear that we all see a deceased victim, but nudged under the right side of his body, there's nothing marked, but do you recall what that is?
It's a bag of apparent marijuana.
All right, thank you. being shown, is that the gunshot residue test being collected?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm pausing State's Exhibit number 24 at 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Can you explain to the jury what's depicted on the exhibit?
An apparent gunshot wound to the right side of the deceased victim.
you know what is going on State's Exhibit number 24 right now?
To my knowledge, the
Objection calls for speculation.
Judge,
Delegate, overruled.
you can answer the question.
she's making her markings, labeling the deceased for their documentation.
All right, Detective Flores, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as State's Exhibits number 25 through 31 inclusive. If you can just take a look at those.
Your Honor, excuse me for interrupting.
Yes.
Can we just have the witness tell us how long that video was? How much time?
Tony, if you could give them the timestamp for your video.
The length of it. Sorry.
The 24 minutes and 54 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, and so you've viewed States 25 through 31 inclusive before, haven't you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are they fair and accurate depictions of the scene and people at the scene on the date of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
And have they been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
All right. And then regarding State's Exhibit number 32, can you go ahead and take a look at that for me?
Okay.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is CSI Wong's crime scene photographs, which I viewed on 1/30 of 25 with my initials and badge number.
Okay, and your identifying marks on there, is that how you're able to confirm that it's the same thing that you viewed previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you viewed them, are they fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene as you observed it on the offense date?
They are.
Have they been altered to your knowledge in any way?
No, ma'am.
Tendering to defense for inspection. State offers State's Exhibit number 25 through 32.
No objections as to, this is, you said 20. No objections to 25 through 31. May I briefly void as to 32?
Yes.
Good afternoon, officer. How are you?
Good, sir. Thank
You
you.
said that that this disc contains just still photographs?
Can I see the disc? Yes, to my knowledge, these are crime scene photographs from CSI Wong.
Okay. And you say from CSI Wong, in other words, you didn't take these photographs?
That's correct, I did not.
Okay. But you believe that these photographs were taken on the 23rd of April, 2017?
That's correct.
And you base that on your visual observation or based upon something you read from Kimberly Wong?
So I observed those photographs for pretrial purposes. And so that's our standard procedure at a scene. They take photographs. When it comes down to trial, I'll view photographs if they were mine as well. But in this case, I did observe those photographs, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking, when you looked at these photographs, were these photographs something that you recognized because of things you recalled from physically being there on April 23rd, 2017?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so it wasn't based on just something you read from Ms. Wong that led you to believe that these were taken that day?
I was there at the scene. The photographs depict what I saw at the scene.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have just a brief recess to look at the disc and see its contents, I'm not sure I know exactly what's on it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a brief break. We'll have us back here at 4. Remember my previous instructions.
All right, so jury.
Well, I mean, I was, you know, there's the firearm, there's the deadly weapon.
Right. We'll stipulate there was one 9mm weapon taken from one of the co-defendants. If there was a 9mm, we believe that is correct. The 9mm spent shell casing. Here's what I'd like to do is just rather than prolong this, I'm just hoping that the state will agree that they don't need 150 pictures. The jury has seen 25 minutes of a video of the deceased. We've stipulated to that. This is.
All right, so it appears to the court that the state has photographs there.
Yeah, we do, Judge. I'll look to try to accommodate their objection.
All right, and so state, would you be then withdrawing 32 and having actual photographs for the court to view?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so they're going to withdraw State's Exhibit number 32. If there are stipulations, if you all want to write up the stipulations.
Hey, Judge, sorry, yeah, I interrupted you, sorry. But yes, if they're stipulating to the fact that the person that is named in the indictment, Mark Salvador, was killed, we can write up a stipulation that can be signed by both parties and entered into evidence. That might curtail having to bring in
150 photographs.
well, not only that, but a medical examiner.
There might be other reasons to the medical examiner.
I will make sure as the oldest member of this group that we'll consider that.
Okay.
Because
we'll still bring him in.
We will advise you next week.
Okay, so just 1 second. Cindy, we're off the record because now they're having a conversation.
Sorry, Judge.
That's correct, John.
But
And it's hard for.
I'll have a conversation with them later about that portion, and we'll go through these photos right now and determine if we want to present just a more limited number of photographs, and then we'll present that to them. It'll just take us a minute or so.
All right, so you all are going to withdraw 32?
Yes, Judge.
And the defense has already agreed or have no objections to State's Exhibit 25 through 31. On the record, I didn't admit that yet because I was waiting to see what happens with 32.
Okay.
So the photographs. So are we on? No, we're not on the record. So the photographs to 32, I'm sorry, the video for 32, you have those in photograph form?
Well, 32 was a CD we have actual, like, printed out that we can.
All right, so, and are the photographs that you have, that are the photographs that are the stills from 32, are you going to seek that through this witness?
It would be, yes, Judge.
All right, so if you all will look at the photographs and see if you can agree on the photographs that are going to be offered through this witness. If you can't, you lay your foundation in front of the jury, the court will review it, and the court will make a decision.
Thank you, Judge.
So if you all, defense, if you all want to.
If I could just speak with Jason really quickly,
Okay,
and then
sure.
I'll get with him. Thank
All
you.
right.
It might be still off, but this is.
All right, any objection to me letting the jurors know that I'm going to have them come back at 4:20 instead of 4 o'clock?
That's fine.
That'd be fine, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to go let them know because I don't like the jurors to think that it's anybody's fault.
Appreciate it.
All right, so 4:20.
Thank you.
Do you have other witnesses after this witness?
Yes, we have two, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to ask the jurors if they're okay with staying late for a couple more witnesses as well.
We have no, that's fine. Your Honor, for tomorrow, if we could be thinking in the scheduling.
We're going to start at 10.
All right, I and an associate, the senior associate in our office is receiving an award as the outstanding graduate tomorrow at noon at St. Mary's.
Okay.
I would like to attend that if
Oh,
possible.
just let me know what time you need to leave for that.
I think if I can just go there and be there, if we are going to be coming back at 1:30, it might help if I have an extra 15 minutes or.
Oh, no, that's fine.
With the Final Four, I assume everybody will be in place. but the traffic is gonna get,
No, that's fine, we'll wait for you.
thank you, Judge.
Yes, and speaking, just since we're on that subject, Judge, I know we're taking a little break, but we do have the medical examiner that would be available only tomorrow morning at this particular point. But, I mean, if we start at 10 or whatever time.
Well, I tell you what, since it's the medical examiner, then Norma, the people I have coming back tomorrow, send them an email, let them know that we're gonna have to start with them at 1:30.
Okay.
And then you all will be here at 9 tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 9 a.m., then we can break so you can go to the event. And then we'll be a little bit late anyway because I'll have docket at 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Now let me tell the jury 4:25 now. Okay. Oh, don't lie.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, so State, you had previously offered State's Exhibits 25 through 31, and there were no objections, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So State's Exhibit 25 through 31 are admitted without objections, and with regards to 32, State?
Judge, we are withdrawing State's Exhibit number 32, identified as a CD, and instead we will offer still photos.
All right, and that's still photos from the CD?
That's correct.
Any objection?
I guess.
I'll lay the card.
And I'm sorry, what numbers would those be?
It would be 32, 33, and 34.
All
And
right, thank you.
I'm gonna lay the card, get them tempered.
All right.
Thank you, sorry. All right, Detective Flores, if you could take a look at what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 32, 33, and 34, please.
Okay.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the item that's depicted on the scene on the day of the offense?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
have these been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Tendering to defense for inspection and offering State's Exhibits 32 through 34 in case of.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 32, 33, and 34 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
All right, now Detective Flores, I want you to take a look at State's Exhibit number 25. Can you please explain to the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 25?
Yes, so this is the crime scene. I'm on the left, holding the camcorder, and the female with the blonde hair is laying a placard, E1. That's Kimberly Wong.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 26.
And this just appears to be from a different angle. I'm the one standing up, and Kimberly Wong is the one kneeling down.
And she's marking what's labeled as E1, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's documented in State's Exhibit number 24, your CSI video.
That's correct, where E1 was at.
State's Exhibit number 27.
And again, this appears to be her placing the placard, or kneeling down by the stent shell casing. And I'm standing there as well, same spot,
All right.
same area.
And you're, in the photo, is that you right there that I'm pointing at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're actively looking in the area and direction of Kimberly Wong, is that correct?
That's correct.
This is just out of order, but State's Exhibit number 31.
That is the medical examiner starting her examination, and then the E1 placard is next to her.
All right, and what is the time reflected on that photo?
I show, it says 2354, date for 2317.
And State's Exhibit number 28. Is that Kimberly Wong obtaining E1?
Yes, that was female in the blonde hair to the left of the picture, reaching down and collecting E1.
State's Exhibit number 29.
That is myself in the middle. On the left is Catherine Andrews, and to the right is Kimberly Wong holding the envelopes for the evidence.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 30.
Same thing, I'm staying in the middle, Catherine Andrews staying to the left, and Kimberly Wong's to the right with the evidence bag.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 32.
The evidence marked. E1, which is a stent showcasing.
State's Exhibit 33.
Photograph of the stent showcasing, which was E1.
And State's Exhibit 34. Sorry.
And stent showcasing with the #1 placard.
All right, now, are you aware of any physical evidence that was seized under SAPD 1708-9350?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I am going to show you it's been marked as State Exhibit number 35, 36, and 37. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And are you the one that brought them to court yesterday?
I did.
All right, now starting with State's Exhibit number 35, is that labeled as E1 in Kimberly Wong's report?
Yes, that is labeled E1, and that is on Kimberly Wong's report.
And it's also documented on the CSI video State's Exhibit number 24 that you created, correct?
That's correct.
And you personally observed Kimberly Wong mark E1, which is State's Exhibit
Your
number
Honor, I'm
35.
going to object to leading the witness through this predicate.
All right, the objection to that question will be overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, she did place the placard on the evidence.
Okay, and did you observe Kimberly Wong seize E1, State's Exhibit number 35?
Yes, she collected the evidence.
Okay,
E1.
sorry, go ahead.
She did collect the evidence E1.
Okay, and so prior to today, you've gone to the SAPD property room, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had a chance to observe State's Exhibit number 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and are there any unique identifiers that link this to the scene and to Kimberly Wong?
So in the front is a barcode with the case number marked E1. It's also labeled one spent showcasing with marking laser 9mm Luger. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness reading the labeling on the packaging. That's obviously hearsay and confrontation since he didn't generate the label or the barcode.
All right, until it is offered into evidence, the objection will be sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard the testimony.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the last question and the last answer.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
All right, so regarding, let's just back up a little bit, okay? Regarding State's Exhibits 35, 36, and 37, previously to today, you've gone to the SAPD property room, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you personally observed these items?
35 and 36, 37, no.
Okay, so 35 and 36, you have gone to the SAPD property room, correct?
That's correct.
And you observed them at the SAPD property room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and regarding 35, when you opened the package and looked in it, did what is contained within State's Exhibit number 35 contain unique identifiers specific to Kimberly Wong?
Yes, it had her initials, KW, and her badge number.
And is that the same with State's Exhibits number 36?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of inquiry. It's, again, hearsay. It's all coming from material that he read off of the labeling and the documentation, all of which was offered by a different witness, also confrontation.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
You can answer the question.
It had her initials and her badge number on the inside of the spent shell casing, as well as State Exhibit 36 on the towel and on the cell phone.
Okay.
Her initials and badge number.
And then regarding State's Exhibit number 36, do you know if she did any analysis on State's Exhibit number 36 when you looked at it?
Yes, so I noticed black powder on the cell phone, which through my training experience tells me that it was processed.
I'm going to object if we could please take the witness on board if they're going to listen an opinion under 702.
Yes, we take the witness on board.
Good afternoon, officer. How are you?
Good.
You mentioned that you observed something that appeared to you to be black powder on the cell phone that was processed here, correct?
That's correct.
You did not personally bag or document or do anything with that cell phone other than to record it for the purposes of the video that the state has already offered into evidence, right?
That's correct. I did not process that phone.
You didn't perform any gunshot residue analysis on that phone, did you?
No, sir.
So what you're talking about is something that just visually appeared to you to be gunshot or gunpowder, right? Not
No,
something
sir.
that you know to be gunpowder.
So I observed it to be the black powder we use to fingerprint evidence.
Fingerprint powder. That's what you were getting at?
That's what I meant, sir.
Okay, you weren't.
I said black powder, that's what we call it, and that's what we call it in CSI, the black powder brush method. We apply black powder onto a, for this example, would be a phone. You would use your brush, go over the black powder to try and develop fingerprints. You would place some tape on that object and try to lift it and place it onto a card, which can be later examined.
So all you're saying is you saw dust that would be used by people in law enforcement to fingerprint the object in question. That's all you're testifying to?
That and the fact that I've read Kimberly Wong's report.
I'm going to object to you asking or saying anything about that report, but something about that report is
To answer your question, yes, sir. I looked at the phone, I saw the powder, and I know it's been processed.
I'll withdraw my objection. I thought we were talking about something else. Thank you, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And then regarding State's Exhibit number 37, you have also had a chance to review it as you're looking at it, is that correct?
Yes, I came into contact with this yesterday.
Okay, and it has, what does it have on it that's a unique identifier?
The case number and Kimberly Wong's name and badge number.
Same objection, Your Honor. Hearsay confrontation.
Overruled.
All right, now regarding State's Exhibits 35 through 37 inclusive, these are all items of physical evidence that were seized under the case number SAPD 1708-9350, is that correct?
Objection, speculation, lack of personal knowledge, hearsay, confrontation.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Just 1 second. Cindy, you need a break? No. Okay.
Yes, this evidence is collected under this case number.
All right, and looking at State's Exhibit number 35, it's in substantially the same condition as it was on scene, is that correct? As documented in the State's Exhibit 24?
Objection, speculation.
He testified that he personally observed it at the property room.
I'm going to object to the sidebar of the prosecutor. I'd ask the court to rule on my objection.
Your objection is overruled.
Can you ask the question again?
Regarding State's Exhibit number 35, you've previously testified that you were able to view it at the property room, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you observed it, did it appear to be in substantially the same form and condition as it was when it was seized on the offense date on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, well, would you like to come up here to view them?
Well, I mean, I think I understand based on this testimony what it is. You're offering those exhibits.
Yes, I am.
You're offering the actual contents of the envelopes, not just the envelopes themselves?
That would be correct.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have another voir dire with the witness.
Yes.
So just to be clear, you did not collect any of those objects, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And the person who did collect those objects was Kimberly Wong, right?
That's correct.
And Kimberly Wong documented those objects, where she collected them, and gave them their unique barcode numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
You had no part or role in the processing of that evidence other than to be the videographer in the 25-minute video we saw earlier today, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your 25-minute video does not actually show Ms. Wong placing these objects in the respective brown envelopes that are now before you today, correct?
On my video, no.
Okay. And, I mean, just if you know, where is Ms. Wong?
She's not in the United States.
Okay. Is she no longer employed by the San Antonio Police Department?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So Ms. Wong is unavailable for all purposes as of the purposes of this trial. You'd agree with that?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And the information that you have testified to do today regarding these objects, in part is informed by a report that you read authored by Kim Wong, correct?
Ask that again.
The things you have testified to about these objects that are in the envelopes in front of you that the state has now offered, part of what you've been able to talk about regarding those objects is informed by what you've read in Kim Wong's report, correct?
Yes, that's correct. From the scene and what was collected from the scene, it
And
coincides,
Kim Wong's report, correct?
which also connects with my report as well.
Okay, I'm not asking you what connects up with your report. I just would like you to answer my question, yes or no. Is part of what you've testified to here today informed by your review of Kimberly Wong's report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you cannot speak to how Kimberly Wong collected these objects, right? For example, was Kimberly Wong gloved when she picked up the shell casing? Or did she do anything to the shell casing before putting it in the envelope? Those things are not documented in what you have prepared, right?
So I've worked with Kimberly Wong.
I'm going to ask you just yes or no. Do you have firsthand personal knowledge, visual observation of the exact things that Kimberly Wong did for those objects that are in front of you? Not what her reputation is or how you know her, those things.
So being able to view video from this case from Coban and body cam, I did observe that.
I'm going to object to non-responsive and ask that the jury disregard that answer.
That objection will be overruled.
All right, so officer, what you're saying is it's only through looking at other things documented after the scene, some of which has not been put before the jury, some of which is not in evidence at the moment, that you are of the opinion that you can speak to whether or not Kimberly Wong collected these items in an appropriate way, right?
That's correct. I was able to refresh my memory looking at.
Let's just be careful about that. You say refresh your memory. When you arrived at the scene, Kimberly Wong asked you to walk around with a camcorder and photograph the general layout of the crime scene, correct?
To record with the camcorder.
And that's what you were doing during that 25-minute period that we watched. You're behind the camcorder during all of that.
That's correct.
So it is not from your personal memory of what you personally, physically saw that day that you can attest to what happened to get those objects in those brown paper bags, correct?
So I remember recording the scene. I remember
I
recording the
understand you
scene.
remember recording the scene, but you'd agree with me, we don't see Kimberly Wong bagging these objects in your camera footage, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would object that the predicate has not been appropriately laid, that the chain of custody has not been established. This individual is not the commencement of the chain of custody, and we have a confrontation right to the person who originated the chain of custody. All of the things that the state has put in evidence are before the commencement of the chain of custody and are not a substitute for it. We would object that this is not the correct witness to lay that foundation. And also hearsay confrontation, to the extent that much of this is dependent upon hearsay in order to be attested to today.
Same.
Your Honor, this chain of custody has been established. There's been no evidence of tampering, fraud, or problems in the chain of custody. The evidence has been authenticated as being authentic under 901A, and it goes to weight and non-admissibility.
We're not required to demonstrate that there's any evidence of tampering or impropriety in order to be able to stand on Mr. McIntyre's right to have the chain of custody properly authenticated and established by the witness at the beginning or the commencement of it. And so our objection still stands.
Judge, I have case law if you'd like to review it, but the chain of custody has been established. He has testified that he personally observed Kimberly Wong along with the state's exhibits that were previously introduced, the photos that are state's exhibit 25 through 31, which shows Kimberly Wong marking and seizing the evidence.
Your Honor, I can just cite from one particularly regrettable, memorable example because I lost the argument. I can cite the court to Russell versus Stay out of the Austin Court of Appeals for the premise that if there's going to be a confrontation issue with regard to chain of custody, it is at the commencement and the origin of the chain of custody. And Ms. Wong is clearly, I don't think anyone's dispute here, the first person in this chain of custody. Everything this witness attests to is when this evidence is still on the ground, and not in custody. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think we were talking at the same time. The court is overruled.
All right. Now, if you could please, oh, you have your glove ready. Do you need scissors?
Please.
Now, regarding State's Exhibit number 35, can you please open that? And if you could take a look at it and see if there's any unique identifiers on it.
Yes, there is.
What are they?
Kim Wong's initial KW with her badge 9440 on the inside of the spin showcasing.
Same objections, Your Honor, hearsay and confrontation.
Overruled.
All right, you can go ahead and put that back.
Put it back in.
Yes. And then State's Exhibit number 36, please. And just, what you're holding right here, what is this?
This is a white towel with a teal stripe.
And does it have any markings on there?
It does. It has initials KW 9440, which is Kim Wong's badge number, and first and last initials.
Okay.
Objections, Your Honor, hearsay and confrontation.
Overruled.
All right. And then regarding this item, what is this?
This is a cell phone, and on the back, initials KW 9440.
And what do you observe on the back of that cell phone?
Same objections, Your Honor, to that testimony about the initials, hearsay, confrontation.
Overruled.
And just so I can clarify, I'm not asking about the initials. What do you observe on the back of that phone?
Black powder is what I observed.
And in your training and experience, that's consistent with what?
With the item being processed for fingerprints.
All right, thank you. You can go ahead. We pass the witness, Your Honor.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, it's now Detective Flores, correct?
That's correct.
So, you were talking about observing black powder, and by that I understand you mean fingerprint powder on the phone, right?
That's correct.
And this was the phone that you've come to learn from other officers, including Ms. Wong, was handed to police by a bystander that they believe was thrown out the window of the car. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. You noticed that black powder, and in your mind, that was significant. You automatically connected that with, okay, the technician fingerprinted, dusted for fingerprints.
That's correct.
You didn't observe that kind of fingerprint dust on the shell casing, correct?
I couldn't observe that initially when I looked at it, no.
And I mean, you have it in front of you today. You don't see any of that kind of fingerprint dust on the shell casing now, do you?
It wasn't it's not standing out like it was on the phone. If it was, I don't see it.
Okay, so you don't know either way, but it never stood out to you?
Not on the shell casing, no.
Okay. And you don't know whether Ms. Wong dusted that shell casing for fingerprints, do you?
If I'm allowed to go to a report, that's...
I'm not asking you what you read from other sources. Do you have any personal knowledge of it being dusted for fingerprints?
No, I was not present when it was processed.
And you don't have any personal knowledge of whether it was swabbed for touch DNA or any other forensic procedures, do you?
No knowledge of that.
Okay. You, in your report, referenced that you went with the camcorder and documented the scene as you observed it, and which you marked in your report as E1, E2, E3, and V. Do you recall writing those initials or variables?
Yes, sir.
And when you're referring to E1, E2, and E3, are you referring to Kimberly Wong's E1, E2, and E3?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Andrews?
Kimberly Wong.
Okay. You're not referring to Ms. Andrews' E1, E2, and E3?
This is Kimberly Wong's E1, E2, E3.
Okay. And were you aware of the fact that there may be other E1s, E2s, and E3s in this case?
If there was, I'm referring to Kimberly Wong's E1, E2, E3.
Okay.
If I may...
Thank you, officer.
Okay.
I appreciate it. When you arrived, Ms. Wong and Ms. Andrews were both already present at the scene, is that correct?
I know Kimberly Wong was. I don't recall at what time, if Andrews got there before or after.
Okay. And you're referring to something during my questioning. Is that your report or Ms. Wong's report?
Which answer?
You were reading something during my last question. Is that Ms. Wong's report or yours?
This is my report.
Okay. When you document the baggie of marijuana on that video that we watched earlier, it appears to be in very close proximity to the body. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Would it surprise you to learn that Ms. Andrews documented that marijuana to be much further from the body, about equidistant on the other side of the deceased's head from where the shell casing was found?
You asked me, am I surprised?
Would that surprise you?
I saw the bag close to the body, and that's what I saw.
Okay.
I don't know.
You never saw during the course of your work documenting the scene anyone move the bag of marijuana?
I only saw it when the medical examiner arrived and began her investigation. That's when I first saw it.
And the body was rolled. You see that on the footage, that's when you saw it?
That's when I saw it, and which was on my video.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement in this case after you submitted the videotape to Ms. Wong?
So once I turned in the video, I don't recall any other involvement in the case.
You weren't responsible for processing or handling any of the objects of evidence that the state has introduced through you today?
That's correct. Besides the video, at the scene, no. I didn't process any evidence.
As to how those things were processed, we would need to ask Ms. Wong, right?
That's not my call. That's,
As far as you know, Ms. Wong's the one who did the processing of these objects.
yes, that's fair.
I'll pass the witness.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Marty's approach.
Steps down, state you had previously offered what numbers?
States 35 through 37 inclusive, Judge.
All right, and defense, your objections are noted.
Thank you.
States Exhibit 35, 36, and 37 are admitted. Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
Excused by the defense.
Right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone as long as this child continues. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you'll remove the microphone and you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. State, call your next witness.
The state prosecutor, Bias.
Did you say bias?
Yes.
Take a seat right up here, sir. And just put your, this on your shirt. Take a seat, but you just wear it again.
Sure.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. And if you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Name's Gabriel Baez. Last name is Baez.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Bias, can you, well, let me just ask you some questions. How long have you lived in San Antonio, sir?
Just outside of San Antonio. Quite a while, about maybe 15 years.
All right, and I'm gonna go ahead, since it's late today, I'm gonna go ahead and jump right in and ask you, on April 23rd, 2017, were you in the parking lot near Jason's Deli and Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
If you could just speak up into the microphone.
Yeah, I'll get closer.
Because people just need to hear it, okay? And will you please tell me, when you were in that parking lot, did you observe anything unusual in the parking lot when you were standing there?
Initially, no. It was,
And then after you were standing there for an amount of time, whatever it may be, did you see anything that caught your eye?
no.
So, did you see anything that day in that parking lot?
After hearing
Okay.
a noise and
Well, let me stop you. You said you heard a noise. What noise did you hear?
sounded like a gunshot or a loud bang.
And can you tell the jury, were you inside a building? Were you inside a car? You were outside of a car or outside of the building? Where were you?
Outside of my car, outside of a building, shopping center.
And what was the, if you can remember, what was the closest establishment that you were to?
We came out of Jason's Deli, and right next to it was like a fabric store and a Chick-fil-A, I think.
So I'm assuming if you came out of Jason's Deli, you had eaten or picked up food?
Yes, sir.
And you say we, was there anybody else with you?
My wife and my oldest daughter.
And when you heard this big bang, it caught your attention, and you said bang, or did you say what else it could sound like?
Like maybe like a, like a tire, kind of like a blowout, just a loud kind of echoing bang, but we were right off the highway, so.
And after that big bang, did you observe anything happen after that?
I would say kind of like right after, not initially, but a car kind of zipping through the parking lot where we were in, and then just kind of leaving.
And you're saying zipping through the parking lot. Can you define that to the jury? Was it moving fast or?
Yeah, it was moving fast. It wasn't a normal cruise through the parking lot.
And can you tell the jury, was it daylight or was it nighttime?
It was daytime. Don't remember the exact time, but it was after we got done eating, so.
And when you observed this vehicle going through the parking lot, was it, I guess, coming towards you or away from you?
It was coming towards us, but then kind of quickly turned away towards the exit of the main road.
And while observing this vehicle zip through the parking lot, did you observe anything about the vehicle or the occupants or anything?
It was really quick, so I wasn't able to really pay a whole lot of attention. Kind of focusing on myself and my family. I guess if you kind of explain a little bit more, or if you want me to go into more detail.
Well, I mean, it's just what you can remember. I know this was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I just want the jury to understand what you saw that day. And I'm just going to ask you questions, and just do the best as you can, okay?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever collect something from that parking lot that day?
Yeah. I was going to...
Let me ask you this. Where did that object come from?
Yeah, so, I'm going to elaborate. As the car was kind of going through the parking lot, kind of like in the, quick moment, I noticed what looked like a phone, something shiny, square, kind of tumbling and hitting the ground kind of right after that car was leaving that area.
And so, did you observe that phone coming from that vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, it came, just kind of shortly from that turn, in that little area. It didn't look like it was something being ran over, it looked like something coming out of the car.
If you could you determine what side of the vehicle it came from?
I want to say it came from the driver's side. I don't know specifically which,
Did you ever did you talk to police about this?
Yeah, I talked about it for, a couple of minutes.
When the police showed up?
Yes.
And let me, you collected this, what you determined that did you find out it was a phone?
Yeah, after I got my, family in the car, and we were kind of debating on what we should do, because of the whole situation, and then, we thought, well, let's go see what that was, and then that's when I, walked up to it, saw that it was a phone, and then I walked around that Chick-fil-A parking lot because I started noticing people heading towards the other side of the building. So yeah, I noticed it was a phone, and I didn't know what to really do at the moment. So we kind of waited, and then I decided to just go grab a towel and pick it up in case someone found it or didn't see it.
Okay, well, let me show you what's been marked state exhibit number 36, state exhibit number 36. I'm going to show you that. One, do you recognize the towel?
Yes.
And do you recognize the phone?
Specifically, no.
Okay, but the towel you do recognize, and the phone, it was, what was it, do you remember there was an Apple phone or anything?
No, I didn't really, investigate it.
But then, what did you do with this towel that had a phone? What did you do with it?
I kept it on my possession until we talked to an officer that was on that scene.
And did you hand that phone, or that towel that had the phone in it, did you hand that off to anyone?
Yes, sir.
And who, did you hand it off to the police?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you the marked state exhibit number 38. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is it a photo?
Yes.
And can you recognize who's in the photo?
Me.
That's you?
Yes, sir.
And is this, what do you have in your hand?
That towel and phone.
Okay. And it looks like you're standing in a rocky area.
Yeah, just like the part of the parking lot, little division.
And where did you find the phone that day?
Don't remember specifically, because, right now. But it was in this general area where we were walking around. I was kind of pointing out to where I saw it kind of tumble and flip.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 39.
Okay.
This is, do you recall this map?
Yes.
And is it fair and accurate depiction of what you said happened that day?
Yes, sir.
And I see that you have a circle right here. What does that depict?
That should be kind of the general area where I found the phone.
Mm-hmm. And then I see a line on this map. What does that indicate?
That'd be like the route that we saw this car kind of leave the area.
The car that threw the phone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then I see a circle over here with it looks like an X over it.
Yeah, that should be kind of like the general area where we were parking.
Okay. And then also I see a circle over here. And what is this area?
We didn't physically go to that exact spot, but we were in the general area kind of seeing the crime scene, and I saw like body on the floor.
And this circle over here, is that where you witnessed the body?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you mind, no, that's all right. At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer state exhibit number 38 and 39 into evidence. We'll tender to the defense for any objections.
No objections.
All right, states exhibits 38 and 39 are admitted without objection.
May we be published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And that is state exhibit number 38 that you stated earlier. That is you holding that towel with the phone in it.
Yes.
And this rocky area is what is depicted as where you believe that you found it.
Yes, sir.
Or not believe, that's where you did find it in the general area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State exhibit number 39 is a bird's eye view. And I'll ask you, this portion right here, what does that depict?
That should be where we parked.
And this is where you and your wife and your child were?
Yes, sir.
And this is where you were standing outside your car when you heard the big bang?
Yes, sir. We were getting to the car.
And then that's when you observe, what does this line here indicate?
It'd be like the vehicle route of its leaving.
And is that's after you heard the big bang?
Yes, sir.
And then this circle right here?
That's where I found the phone.
And then again, this other circle over here?
That would be where I saw a body.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. You saw a woman throw the phone out of the car?
I didn't see anyone specific, though.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right, any further questions?
No more questions, please release.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, please.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the pendency of this trial. All right, if you remove the mic, then you are excused.
Thank you so much.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Daniel April.
the hall next to your left. The square.
The square.
No.
I'm sorry.
Right there. On the.
Oh, got it.
Yes.
Sorry.
No problem. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Dan Aiken, last name's A-K-I-N.
State you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Aiken, how old are you currently?
69,
And what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio,
How long have you lived in San Antonio?
20 years.
All right. And did you go to school here in San Antonio?
No, ma'am.
All right. Where did you go to school at?
San Marcos,
Oh.
high school.
All right. And how are you currently employed?
I am a independent contractor with Chick-fil-A,
Okay.
operator owner.
And do you own and operate the Chick-fil-A located at 27 Northeast Loop 410, San Antonio, Texas, 78216?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long have you been doing that?
20 years.
Okay. Now I want to turn your attention to April 23rd of 2017. Were you made aware of an incident that occurred in the parking lot of your Chick-fil-A?
Yes, I was.
And when you learned of this incident, what did you do?
I immediately came up to the restaurant.
Okay. And were you able to observe the scene upon arrival?
Yes.
And did you speak with officers on that day?
Yes, I did.
And was your Chick-fil-A at the time equipped with security cameras?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what kind of cameras you had at the time?
They were digital cameras located at various locations on site.
All right. And some of the cameras, they had a fishbowl view, is that correct?
Could you repeat that?
They were like a fishbowl or fish eye view?
Yes. I think there were two at that time.
And in fact, when you appeared on scene, you had your MacBook with you, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the officers allowed you to enter your establishment, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were able to pull up your security camera and begin looking for relevant video, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to object. Every question is related.
All right, that objection will be sustained as to the last question.
Did you find any relevant video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 40. I'm going to take it out of its white envelope. That way you're able to see it. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does that have what is it?
It's a CD-ROM disc.
And have you had a chance to view what is contained within that disc?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what does the disc contain?
It contains various videos from that day that were deemed pertinent.
Okay. And that's what you turned over, those videos that are contained within the disc is what you turned over to San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any identifying marks on State's Exhibit number 40?
Yes, I signed my name and dated it September 20th, 2024.
And is that how you are able to ensure that this is the same video that you turned over to SAPD?
Yes.
Okay, now regarding this recording, was it prepared on a device that was capable of making accurate visual recordings?
Yes.
And did you find your system at the time, your security system, to be reliable and accurate and fairly depict the location?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has this been altered in any way?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you viewed it, and it was the same videos that you gave to the police department,
Yes,
right?
they were. Yes,
Okay.
they were.
And on the date and on April 23rd, 2017, you were competent to operate that system, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the recording wasn't made at or near the time of the offense?
What was that question again? I'm sorry.
Well, the video that's contained that captured the offense, correct?
Yes.
And it was live recording as it occurred?
Yes, yes. It was recording as it occurred.
Thank you. I'm tendering to the defense for inspection. The state offers State's Exhibit number 40.
No objections, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 40 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Aiken, what is shown on the screen, can you tell the jury where that camera is located?
It is on the northeast corner of our restaurant building, the back corner,
Okay.
facing Conn's and K&G Superstore.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the view that we're looking at right now, is that a fisheye view camera?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and on the left side of the video, that's the parking lot going towards the shopping center?
Yes.
And on the right side of the video, that's towards 410?
Right side, I think that was, let me look at the bigger picture. I think that is where TGI Fridays used to be.
Okay, but if you take a look at the video,
Oh, I can see the access road, you're
okay,
correct.
thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, Sue's exhibit number 40 is paused at 1 minute and 40 seconds. And just rotating the video for...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to them manipulating the video. There's been no predicate laid that that's not something native to the program. I don't think this would be this to sponsor that.
Judge, it's not manipulating the video, it's using the viewer to look at it in a different manner because it's oriented sideways.
That would be the testimony of the prosecutor. I think they need to have someone explain whether, like how that works.
That objection is overruled.
And Your Honor, I guess just so that the written record is clear, the prosecutor has opened up a dialogue window within the application that's running the video and has gone through a series of menu selections to reach what appears to be a digital representation of a dial, almost like a rotary phone instrument, and has now moved the angle of the image. And as long as counsel doesn't disagree with that recitation of it, I'd just like the record to show that the exhibit and the file folder within the exhibit has been altered by the prosecutor in the course of this through the computer program.
All right, State, with regards to the defense's recitation, has this video changed in the fact that the view is changed, or has the contents been changed?
The content has not been changed at all. It is the same video that was just authenticated by this witness that was provided to San Antonio Police Department. The only thing that has been changed is that it has been oriented by the angle so that the jury can have a clearer view of what is occurring in the exhibit, but the contents are not the same, are not altered in any way.
And Your Honor, I would just object again to the prosecutor testifying to that fact. I'm just want the record to reflect visually.
All right, objection is overruled, and the record will reflect what it reflects from the defense counsel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For the record, I am fast forwarding State's Exhibit 40 to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. For the record, I'm playing a different camera view from State's Exhibit number 40.
Just leave this one like that. It starts pretty quick, it's not that long. Ask them questions.
Where is this camera located, Mr. Egan?
It is on the other back corner of the building facing the shopping strip mall.
Thank you. And I'm going to play a different vantage point from State's Exhibit number 40. Mr. Egan, if you could just tell us where this camera is located.
This camera was on a pole facing back towards that very first camera, fisheye camera we looked at. TGI Fridays, it's near TGI Fridays, or where it was before.
Thank you. Thank you. We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Just real quick, when you opened your MacBook to give the police the video, what program does your computer use to have the video on?
Okay, so I'd log on to like Safari, the web browser, and then I'd go to a program called Envision, which you saw the title, for each one of these you saw the title for that company. And that's our video provider for our business.
They store it on a cloud, I guess?
There is cloud storage, but there's also, what do you call it, DVR? So there is some amount of DVR storage and then it goes to the cloud.
Okay, understood. Since this was so fresh, it was on DVR, not cloud?
Correct.
But you're not using VLC to look at the video on your computer or in your ordinary practice at the business, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with VLC. Probably I should be, but I don't know.
Safe to say you're not using VLC in your business?
Okay. I would assume that's correct because I don't know what it is.
Fair enough. Pass the witness.
No further questions, excused by state.
Okay. Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone as long as this child continues. We can leave that, yes.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
excused. Thank you so much.
I sure appreciate y'all. Oops.
No problem. State, call your next witness.
Judge, that's, we don't have any other witnesses for today.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen,
The state does not have any more witnesses for the day, but they have not rested their case yet. I'm going to have you all come back tomorrow, and we will start in the morning tomorrow. I don't expect other jurors to be called up, so you should be able to have parking space. We can go off the record, Cindy. But somebody did tell me there is a lot of activity happening downtown tomorrow, which I didn't know about. So plan accordingly. But what I'll do with you all, instead of starting at 9, is everyone okay with starting at 9:15 so that'll give everybody a chance to park and everything? So we'll start at 9:15. Again, if you want to bring breakfast or anything else, there's room for it in the jury room. Remember my previous instructions. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. You're not allowed to have people talk to you about this case. If somebody tries to talk to you about this case, let them know. You're not allowed to listen. If you see anything, just ignore it. You're not allowed to start deliberating internally with yourself or with each other, and no investigation. Does everyone understand? Yes. All right, so I will see you all back here tomorrow at 9:15, and as always, just meet in the jury room. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.